The International Criminal Court is now in session. The Denzil Court Penal International, 8 to word. Please be seated. Pouvez-vous vous asseoir?
Thank you very much. Court officer, please call the case.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Officer, thank you, Mr. President. Situation in the Republic of Kenya in the case the prosecutor versus William Samuel Ruto and Joshua Arabsang, ICC 01090111. We are in open session.
Thank you. Appearances.
Good morning, Your Honours. For the prosecution, appearance is the same as yesterday.
Thank you. Mr. Naratsatse.
Good morning, Mr. President, Your Honours. The victims are represented by myself, Ocean Naratsatse, and James Mavira, my colleague. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honours. Mr. Sang's team remains the same.
Good morning, Mr. President, Your Honours. Mr. Ruto's defence team remains the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fowle will continue his cross-examination of witness. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us again. Before we do, counsel, we will communicate with you by email about the possibility of a status conference that will be done in the course of the day. Thank you. Please, Mr. Fowle, continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Bromley.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome back. I hope you're well rested.
Yes, thank you.
Yesterday, just before the close of day, we started talking about Kiamba. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
I would wish to take a step backwards to help us first understand the work you have done with regards to Kiamba and also to help us understand the material. I take it that you have analyzed the imagery with respect to the area that is known as Kiamba and have annotated that segment of the imagery for the purposes of your report. Is that right?
That is correct.
And am I correct to say that the imagery was divided into grid cells and each grid cell was given a number? Is that right?
Not precisely. The grid cells were developed for the Atlas book product, but the analysis proceeded in basically a grid-like fashion. So each segment of the image was analyzed in turn until the entire image was analyzed.
Thank you for that correction. And in the analysis, each of those grid cells in the atlas was magnified, and your findings are annotated on that segment. Is that right?
That is correct.
And as per the instructions you received from the Office of the Prosecutor, you looked specifically at places known as Huruma, Kimumu, Langas, Yamumbi, and Kiamba. Is that right?
Yes, I received coordinates for those locations and then essentially analyzed the area around those coordinates and including those coordinates.
So in order for us to see exactly the results that you were able to arrive at with regards to these particular places, we have to go back to those actual grid cells that coincide with those particular locations. Say, for instance, we have to go to the grid cell that is, say, for KenyaMOJA. Is that right?
Somewhat. The grid cells you might be referring to, if they're the grid cells represented in the atlas, they are not exactly the grid cells that were used to guide the analysis.
Could you explain that again? I am a bit lost as to what you were trying to say here. My understanding is that you have the imagery, you divided it into grid cells, and then you identify the locations of interest. And those locations of interest coincided with particular grid cells. And in order to know what happened or your findings with regards to those locations, we have to go to the grid cells that corresponded with it. Is that right?
Are you referring to the grid cells represented in the atlas product?
Yes.
So no, the analysis did not use those grid cells. The grid cells were created for the atlas product simply as a way to create a 100-page book for these images. And so the OTP could use that book to refer to specific areas as needed. When I analyzed the image, I had a certain image extent, which I then just reviewed sequentially piece by piece, but it did not necessarily relate to the grid cells specifically, though at the end of the process both refer to the same areas.
What I'm trying to drive at here, Mr. Bromley, is that if we want to find out what are the results of your findings, say with regards to a place called Huruma, how do we use the results of your analysis together with the atlas to determine exactly what were your findings with regards to Huruma? Could you help us with that?
Yeah, if you're using the atlas, then you would use the grid cell, which is on the front page of the atlas book, which is the overview map of the book. And then you could refer to the specific page expressed on that overview map. But when I did the analysis, that overview map hadn't been created yet. That was done at the end.
But if we go to the specific page, we would be able to see the destruction that you were able to identify. Is that right?
That is correct.
Good. So now let us take a look at the work you have done with respect to KenyaMOJA in order to detect the burnings or destruction that occurred there. Your report is contained in KenyaMOJA 0092-1380. That is tab 3 of the prosecution bundle, Exhibit 50 to be specific. That's your report for KenyaMOJA, isn't it?
Yes.
And in the report, you indicated that 123 buildings were destroyed, 93 definitely destroyed, and 30 possibly destroyed. Is that right?
Yes.
And when you did the analysis for KenyaMOJA, did the OTP provide you with information as to the exact boundaries of KenyaMOJA village? Did they give you information as to the exact boundaries of KenyaMOJA village?
No.
what were you given to assist you in your work?
I believe initially I was given a coordinate expressed only as Kiamba, and so that essentially becomes became the center point of the analysis. The smallest area you can purchase when you purchase a satellite image is 25 square kilometers, so we simply create an area around the center point amounting to 25 square kilometers.
Thank you very much. So do I take it to mean that when you did the analysis, you did not know the exact boundaries of Kiamba village? Is that right?
That's correct, and I would be surprised if there were actual administrative boundaries of a village, but that's speculation.
So when you arrived at this finding of 93 definitely destroyed houses, you merely counted the destroyed structure within the area that you analyzed. Is that right?
Yes.
But do you realize, let's perhaps go to the image of Kiamba. It's at 1386 of the document I referred to earlier, tab 8 of the prosecution bundle. Could you kindly put it up the screen, please? It's Ken OTP 0092 1386. Yes, it is already on the screen. So, do you realize, Mr. Bromley, that the red dots to the left bottom of the imagery are not, in fact, in Kiamba? Do you know that?
No.
And do you also realize that the red dots on the bottom right-hand corner of the image are also not in Kiamba? Do you realize that?
No, I wouldn't know that.
We in fact say that the place on the bottom right corner of the image is in fact in Cheplaskei, which is a Kalenjin village. What do you say to that?
Again, the analysis was just, it's an arbitrary 25 square kilometers around the coordinates I was given. That's the minimum area of a satellite image which you can purchase. It could have been larger, but it generally wouldn't have been smaller unless I was instructed to focus on a specific location.
For the record, Your Honor, Cheplaskei is CHEPLASKEI. And, Your Honors, may I refer the court to the defense bundle, tab 11. The defense bundle, tab 11, it's KEN D09 0034 0009. I do not propose to put it up the screen because I want the possibility of a comparison between this document and what is on the screen at the moment. Have you seen the document, Mr. Witness?
I beg your pardon, Your Honours, if I may, for a moment. The image which I've been provided looks like it was taken at night. I don't know whether the witness has the same image, but I have a better copy. And if the witness is going to be asked to comment on it, may I ask that the this copy also be put before him. It's the same ERN 00340010.
I think a better copy is always welcome, but you may be looking at the wrong document.
I beg your pardon. Which you said tab?
Yes, my learned friend is referring to the document next in the series.
Tab 11.
We haven't quite get there yet,
Beg
but
your
we'll
pardon.
be happy to receive your assistance once we get there. Please,
Mr. Fowl, is it not possible to know if you loaded up yours? Because the one I have is on the bundle. It looks washed out. Is it if
we had a problem with the color printer this morning.
yes?
So
So if there's a better image, is it possible to flip back and forth? And then if you want to dwell on one image,
I'm guided, Mr. President.
Yes.
Could we load the document up the screen, please?
Your Honours, if I may assist, I also have a better copy of that one, which may be handed to the witness.
that would be greatly welcome.
Could we load it up the screen, please? KEN D09 0034 0009. Mr. Witness, can you see the document, please? It's a bit faint from looking at it from here, but can you see it clearly?
Yes.
And do you notice that the location of KenyaMOJA Church has been identified?
Yes, we should discuss this a little bit because what you've done is used Google Maps, and I would have no way of, we have no way of knowing if that's the accurate location of the church. If I input the coordinates that are in the URL, the web address at the top of your page, into my GIS, then it takes us to a location which is a farm field. So we go through this a lot when we use mapping resources about whether the coordinates of an area like this are actually accurate. But yes, on the map you've printed, there is a location called KenyaMOJA Church.
And but you would agree with me that this is the same general location that is depicted in Ken OTP 0092-1386. That is the image you have looked at contained in tab 8. Would you agree?
It's certainly the same general location, but whether the location indicated for KenyaMOJA Church is the precise one, I can't say just sitting here very quickly.
That is not my issue for the time being. I just want to take you to some parts of this document, and we see where they fall. Kindly take, if you look at the image, you would see just below KenyaMOJA a collection of fields which appear in the form of a square, not perfectly, but in the form of a square. Could you see it? Just below KenyaMOJA.
Are we on tab 11 or tab 12?
Tab 11.
I see an empty area below KenyaMOJA Church, but on a map like this, you don't see whether they're fields or not.
Could you go back to the imagery you looked at and tell us whether you can see the same or a similar feature just below KenyaMOJA? Can you say it?
Which map are you telling him to look at now?
the imagery that he provided. Yes.
His own.
Yes, his own. Tab 8.
I see fields, but you see fields everywhere.
Mr. Bromley, what I'm trying to refer to is this field that appears like a square below KenyaMOJA. You can see that, can't you? It's quite visible, isn't it?
On your map? On the Google map?
On both, actually.
On both Google Map and on my image?
Yes. Look at the middle section of your image.
Again, Mr. Fowl, where is his image? Did you say tab 8?
Tab 8 at page 1386.
Your Honours, I believe it's tab 7.
This is all in the tab 3. I am sorry, Mr. President. It must be tab 3 of the prosecution binder.
Tab 3?
Yes.
It's neither 8 nor 7, so 3.
Tab 3. My apologies. It was arranged differently in my binder. My apologies.
Message from the interpreters. Could counsel kindly be asked to move his microphone to point it in his direction and also to switch it off when the witness is speaking, because it's picking up a lot of extraneous noise and making it difficult for the interpreters to interpret. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have you found it, Mr. President? The relevant...
Monsieur Fall, excusez-moi de vous interrompre, les interprètes.
Please, could I interrupt you? The interpreters are complaining about the noise around your microphone. If you could please switch it off when you're not using it. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies once again. Mr. President, are you able to find the right document?
1386, yes.
I'm sorry, Your Honour, there really is a very loud background noise. The microphone has to be pointed towards the speaker. We really can't hear him properly.
Can you hear me now?
There seems to be a terrible hum on. We're not exactly sure what the source of the hum is.
All right. We don't know why. Could be because of, we know that when you made that observation the last time, it was only Mr. Fowl's microphone that was on and the witness's microphones that were on. But bear with us. Let's see.
Perhaps I can change microphones and see whether that will solve the problem. Can you hear me now?
We can certainly hear you. It's just that we hear a lot of background noise, and we're not quite sure why. But let's try and proceed.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I take it you have seen the relevant document that is at page 1386 of the prosecution document.
Yes.
Mr. Bromley, I was referring to the middle section of the imagery that you provided on page 1386. Can you see it?
Which tab?
It's tab 3 of the prosecution binder. It's the document that was previously put on the screen. Still on the report on KenyaMOJA.
Yeah.
Do you see it now?
Yes, and so the field areas between the roads, essentially, correct?
In the middle of the document. Can you see it?
Yes. Just so you know, the Google Map data that you've printed here is different than what's on my map simply because my map was made a year ago, more than a year ago, and the Google Map data has been updated since then.
I think what Mr. Fowl is saying is that if you looked at the Google Map between Kiamba Church and St. Theresa's Hakima Primary, there is a space there that appears identical to what also appears on your own map at 1386. Can you see?
Yes, sir. Again, they're not entirely identical. There's more roads on the updated Google Map version than on my version.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. But Mr. Bromley, that aside, this is showing the same location. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you are now, we are now to juxtapose this Google map we provided, or rather to overlay this Google map we have provided onto the image that you have, then you would see that the red dots on the bottom right-hand corner of your image would correspond to the area near Cheplas K Secondary School in the Google map. Is that right?
Correct.
You would also notice that the red dots on the left-hand corner would also correspond to the area of Patricia Primary School, Kabongo. Is that right?
On the bottom left of my map?
Yes. Would correspond to the area near Patricia Primary School, Kabongo.
I think it's below and left of the area of the Patricia Primary School.
Precisely.
Yes.
And do you know that Kabongo is a village near Kiamba, and it's not part of Kiamba? Do you know that?
No.
And do you know that Kabongo is in fact a Kalenjin village?
No.
And back to Cheplas K, you don't know that Cheplas K is a Kalenjin village, do you?
No, sir.
In essence, Mr. Witness, we are saying that these red dots in the lower half of the image you provided are in fact in Kalenjin villages.
I wouldn't know.
Thank you very much. I won't burden you further with that particular issue.
Before you move away, Mr. Witness, on the Google map, we see Eldoret Nakuru Road. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are we able to see that road on your own map at 1386?
That would most likely be the yellow line on my map, on the 1386 map. But I would have to check my original data and verify that.
Thank you. Mr. Fowl, you can ask any follow-up question arising from mine.
I'll just leave that point and move on, Mr. President. You have adequately covered it. Mr. Witness, I now take you to Kimumu. When you did the grid, you identified those locations, in particular Kimumu, Huruma, Yamumbi, and Langas. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In fact, Ken OTP 0092 1067 shows Huruma. Can you put that document up the screen, please? Ken OTP 0092 1067.
Do we have a tab?
Yes. It's tab 10 of the OTP binder, the annotated report. And if you look at the top middle part of the document, you would see the typing Huruma. Can you see it?
Yes.
And this is the place you have identified in your report as Huruma, right?
Yes, based on the coordinates I was given.
Now, let's look at...
Mr. Farr, where is the Huruma?
If you look at the top half, the topmost part in the middle of the image.
I see it now. It's, again, washed out on the bundle, but I see it on the screen. Yes, okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would now take you to the one with the marking Kimumu, and it is on 0958. 0958 of the same document. Sorry, 0985 of the same document. Could you kindly put up the screen, Ken OTP 0092 0985. And if you look at the middle of the page, you would see the typing Kimumu in the middle of the page. Can you see it?
Yes.
Mr. President, are we together?
I can see it, yes, Kimumu.
Thank you very much. And you would agree with me that this is the place you have identified as Kimumu. Is that right?
Yes, based on the coordinates I was given.
In fact, we have seen various sections of this image previously, but we would come to that a bit later. Now let me take you to Yamumbi. Yamumbi would be 1132 of the same document. Can you take us to image to Ken OTP 0092 1132? could you see that in the topmost part, in the middle segment of the document, the typing Yamumbi? Can you see that?
Yes, in the adjoining grid cell.
And this is the location you identified as Yamumbi. Is that right?
Yes, again, based on the coordinates I was given by OTP.
Now let's go to the last location.
Mr. Farr, before we do, is there any slide or plate that shows Yamumbi as the center of attention? Here we see it outside, more or less on the outside on the edge.
We would come back to that. It was part of the planned evidence to be elicited from this witness. Thank you, Mr. President. So now let's move on to Langas. And Langas would be contained in 0092 1134 of the document, just 2 pages after Yamumbi. And Mr. Witness, could you take a look at the middle part of the report? You identified or you've typed Langas in the middle part of that document. Is that right?
Correct.
And this is the place you have identified as Langas. Is that right?
Yes, based on the coordinates I was given.
Were the coordinates given to you, or did you yourself acquire it by research? If the name of the location was given, then you found out what the coordinates were.
The coordinates were given to me and then also communicated in the request letter from the OTP.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And now that we have seen the annotated atlas of the various locations, we take it that you have examined the imagery on these locations and have identified the destruction and burning of structures that you notice in those documents, correct?
Correct.
Now let us examine the results of your analysis with respect to each of these particular areas. And let's start with Kimumu. And can we go back to 0092 0985? It is now up the screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that we have looked at this image on several occasions during the course of your testimony. It's that junction that, you talked extensively about with the prosecution. Do you remember it?
Yes.
And you agree with me that it shows some definitely destroyed structures on the right-hand side of the V, of the Y rather, on the right-hand side of the Y. Do you agree?
Yes, as well as one on the left.
This is the extent of the destruction you were able to see in the place you call Kimumu, right?
Yes, depending on how big the Kimumu area is, if it has boundaries. But yes, those are the points closest to the point I was given as Kimumu.
And
in that grade we see, would it be the case that if there were any other definitely destroyed, you would have identified them as well on the grade we're looking at now?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And looking at this document, we are talking about approximately 25 destroyed structures, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And Mr. Witness, we say that in fact the places that have been identified as destroyed are in fact in Beta Farm and not in Kimumu. What do you say to that?
I wouldn't know where the farm is or...
But Mr. Witness, you would agree with me that in such an analysis it is important for one to know the geography of the area, to know which village is located where.
That's argumentative now. The witness has answered.
I wanted his opinion on that, Mr. President. He may agree or disagree, but if you overrule me, I'll proceed.
It's overruled. Ask another question.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Try not to make it argumentative.
I'm guided, Mr. President.
You can reformulate that question. It's not the substance that's the trouble. It is the argumentative form of it.
I'm guided, Mr. President. Mr. Bromley, don't get me wrong here. We place no blame on you. None whatsoever. I just thought that this exercise would have been more meaningful if you were given precise locations. Wouldn't that have helped you?
When doing an image analysis like this, you almost don't want to contaminate your process by gathering too much other information. You essentially take a broad view across the area and assess each portion of the area separately. Whether something falls in one district or another district or within a farm or not a farm, it shouldn't influence the final results of the analysis, which is based on each individual structure. So what I'm doing when I do this is assessing the status of each individual structure, regardless of where it might fall within a property ownership schema or a political district or anything like that.
But I take it, Mr. Witness, that your brief was also to identify destroyed structures within particular locations. Is that right?
Not beyond what was communicated in the letter from the OTP, which was the 4 coordinates, and I believe they said in the area of, and so I interpreted that to essentially mean a broad search. Some of that may have been my own experience on mapping in many parts of the world, which is simply not precise. A location may be, kilometers away from the coordinates which have been provided, so you generally try and search an area without focusing too much on the precise coordinates. You'll notice the KenyaMOJA coordinate, as it appears on this map, appears to be on a fence. So if I was simply going to assess the fence, it is meaningless. And so, yeah, essentially we tend to search the areas around a coordinate as much as we can afford when we purchase the image.
So you blame it on the coordinates that you were provided. Is that right?
No, it's common practice to, first of all, you can't purchase an image for a single point. It's too small. The minimum I could have done is a 25 square kilometer area around that point. Since we had 4 points in this area, I expanded it to cover all 4 points. But yeah, I did not focus only on the specific coordinates communicated to me. Rather, I focused on the area around it.
Thank you very much. I'll move on.
But the coordinates would necessarily have been the center of attention, isn't it? So you have your coordinate, you identify it, and then you look around it, isn't it? Or did you do something different?
The coordinates are the center of the area of the image that you acquire, and you analyze the entire image. Or, to be precise, in this case, they were not necessarily the center of the entire image, but they determined the area of the image that I purchased.
Thank you very much. Mr. Witness, we say that the areas on the top right-hand side of the road of the image you're looking at is in fact not in KenyaMOJA. It is in a village called Marura. What do you say to that?
I have no information on that.
And
Mr. Fowl, now that we have the image, are you able to tell us where it is you say is Marura? Rather than talk about it in those general terms.
Yes, Mr. President. The next thing I was going to do is to put up the screen a map that would show some of these locations.
But are you able to do that on what we're looking at now?
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to do. Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask that document KEN D090034-001 be put up the screen, please. Tab 2 of Defense Bundle. Mr. Witness, this is a Google search result of the place called KenyaMOJA, and this is the result that came out. Would you agree that this image depicts the same location as that one contained in 0985, the OTP document you showed a moment ago?
Yes, the center of this map is that map, in addition to probably the grid squares next door.
And you would see that there is a shaded area colored brown in the middle of the document. Can you see that?
Yes, and
Mr. Farr, can you, if there is an identifying inscription, you might as well put it in so we can zero in on what you're talking about instead of shaded area brown.
I see a brown and a red.
You see, there is a shaded area which places identified such as Kimumu Primary School, Kimumu School, Kimumu Cathedral, PGC Church, Kimumu. Have you seen that in the document?
Yes.
And we say that this shaded area is in fact the area known as Kimumu. What do you say to that?
I wouldn't have any other information on that.
And if you were to overlay this image over the image that you have provided in 0985, you would see that the burnt area that you have identified is in fact not within the shaded area that shows Kimumu. Is that right?
The particular burned area we looked at would not appear to be there, but the other burned areas would.
Mr. Fowl, can you look at that again? We see on one side PGC Church Kimumu. We see Kimumu Sisters Convent. We see St. Catherine's Kimumu Primary School. And we also see Better Farm where it is on your map.
Yes, Mr. President. I take particular note to the issue of Better Farm. And I think at the appropriate time, we may have to call evidence to show exactly where is Better Farm, because that has become an issue. I also take note of the fact that there are 1 or 2 points in the burned area that may appear within what is the shaded area we call Kimumu. I would deal with that particular issue right away. And if you look at the Google map that we have provided, you would see the place called Kimumu Sisters Convent. And you would realize that it coincides with what appears to look like an H in the image that you provided, just where Kimumu is written on your map. Can you say it?
It's tough to see on what I have.
Look at document 0985.
Of 0092?
Yes. Mr. Bromley, I am referring to B12, if that helps. B12.
Okay.
Just look at where the inscription is Kimumu, in the middle of the page.
Okay.
Could you see a feature there looking like a letter H?
Do you mean roads?
Yes.
To the left or the right, or?
To the right of the document, just after the U in Kimomo. Could you see it?
An H horizontal or vertical?
It is horizontal.
Ah, yes, I believe I see it.
Mr. Fowle, I want to follow you. Where are we?
If you look at the middle of the image,
Again, time. Sorry, the page is
0985,
Yes,
B12 to be specific.
where are we put? All right.
B12.
Yes.
And if you look at the middle, you would see the writing Kimumu.
That I see, yes.
Yes, just immediately after the U, there is what may appear like a letter H, but it's just a road, really, looking like a letter. Immediately after the U, you could see that those roads and the field. Yes, that location.
You mean a lowercase h?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Bromley. And if you look at that place, it looks like it coincides with the place called Kimumu Sisters Convent, or thereabout.
It's possible, unless there is another road to the south that looks like an H.
Well, wouldn't that depend on the scale of your
Exactly.
Google map?
Yes, yes. But what I am trying to do here, Mr. President, is trying to be as fair to the witness as possible, because there are few dots in that area in his map, which, if the scales were to be exactly the same, may show some burning in the place we call Kimumu. I just want to be fair to him and not exclude everything that is on this, that appears to be in better form.
Yes, of course, from the bench, it's always touch and go how far we press in when counsel are cross-examining. And the reason I brought up the matter of the scale is if what you're looking at is the Kimomo Sisters Convent that appears on your Google map. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but you're here to assist us see the evidence and your point. It would appear, considering the scale, that it appears the scale on Mr. Bromley's own map might be larger. Maybe your own H could be further down the line on his map. Am I?
I agree with you entirely, Mr. President, on that. Mr. Bromley, if...
But then is here he's had the exchange, he can help us see if I'm on the wrong track or Mr. Fowle is on...
I mean, again, it's the scale, it's hard to tell. The Sisters Convent seems very far down the road, whereas the H you refer to is almost at the intersection of the Y on my map.
I mean...
That's the point I was getting at. We can clear it up now rather than argue about it later.
That's right. But, Mr. Bromley, you know these things better than I do, certainly. And you have seen the map that we have provided. You have seen the Google image. You know scales much more than I do. Would you say, based on your experience, that the dots, the red dots that you find in what appears to be letter H, small case, on the map you provided, would those dots fall within the shaded area called Kimumu in the Google map we have provided?
Okay, if we look at the Google map, there's a shaded area up next to St. Catherine Kimumu Primary School. That area, I believe, is the area indicated on my map, the 0985. And the red dots, my definitely destroyed structures, are up in that area next to St. Catherine Kimumu Primary School. If you look under the text of St. Catherine Kimumu Primary School, it's extremely hard to see, but I believe there is a road shaped like a lowercase h there as well. I would think that that is the lowercase h road on the B12 map, but honestly I think the Kimumu Sisters Convent area is farther south, but again it would require some indication of the scale on your Google map.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bromley. And therefore, if what is contained in the shaded area of the Google map we provided is Kimumu, then it means to say that all the red dots that are contained in your map would be outside the area called Kimumu. Is that right?
Again, I think there's the shaded area up near the intersection marked as Children Playfield, St. Catherine Kimumu Primary School. I believe most of my red dots are within that area. The shaded area below that, down the page, on this particular grid cell that you're looking at, I don't know if there's red dots there, but I think on the broader data set you would find other destroyed and possibly destroyed structures in that area. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. But taking at its best, it would appear that these 25 red dots is the extent of the destruction in the area you call Kimumu. Is that right?
I didn't denote an area called Kimumu beyond the point that I was given by the OTP.
Well, precisely. That is the issue. The area that you were given as Kimumu, this is the extent of the destruction you have seen. Nothing further.
Your Honor, I should object at this stage. The witness has stated repeatedly he was not given an area. He was given a point. The point is described on the mandate as a central point of those areas. So he has no information about what the limits of the areas are. And what my learned friend repeatedly is putting to him, that he was given an area. That's simply not correct.
Mr. President,
so the point is coordinates. It was given coordinates.
Yes, exactly. But the coordinates were also tied to a particular geographical area, in this instance called Kimumu. This is the extent of the destruction that you find in the, with regards to the coordinates that you have examined, the area called Kimumu. This is the extent of the destruction that you have found. Is that right?
On examining my other maps, I would say no. There's additional destruction which would certainly fall within the area you're describing as Kimumu based on the Google map.
Could you show them to us?
That would be on OTP 00920957, the large A3 map. If you follow the road C48 to the south, you have plenty of additional destroyed points down there.
Did you identify those locations as Kimumu?
No, did not identify any location as Kimumu. I just used the Kimumu coordinate which I was given.
But, Mr. Witness, we have looked at the Google image of the area represented as Kimumu. And if you look at that, if you overlay that to the map you have provided, there are hardly any red dots there. Is that right?
I would have to overlay your map with my map and look at it. I mean, just looking at it from here, I would think you would see multiple dots, but we also can't see how far south the Kimumu area goes in your map. It looks like it may go on for quite some time, but that's speculation.
And in order to avoid speculation, taking it at its best, the evidence that you have provided, in 0985, there are no more than approximately 25 destroyed structures on this map. Is that right?
Mr. Fowl, the witness has referred you to 0957.
Yes.
And that is, a fair question should take him there, shouldn't it?
But, Mr. President, the witness did a grid-by-grid analysis of what is contained in 0957. So 0957 is a document that is difficult to read without any further assistance.
Yes.
And that is why the grid cells are important. I have referred him to the grid cell that he labeled Kimumu. If there are any other grid cells which fall within that particular area of Kimumu, then perhaps it's for him to source.
And that's a fair point. You say yes, 0957, it's difficult to read on its own, but to an extent, perhaps we can begin with asking the witness that looking at 0957, if one looks at it, and you bring in your question, does it show the extent of the destruction that he was able to have identified in his task? And then, first we settled that, so if he tells us that, then we will start looking at zeroing in on particular subdivisions, magnified subdivisions, into which 0957 may be split.
The difficulty I have with that, Mr. President, is we believe that those other areas are outside the Kimumu town. And perhaps maybe it's because of the understanding we have of the geographic area, because we've been to the place. We believe that Kimumu is covered in what we have provided.
Well, let's do this. Let him answer my question, and then let's make that mine.
Thank you very much.
Witness, you heard my concern, or rather what I was discussing with Mr. Fowl. If we look at 0957, which you referred to, would you say that he would have, at that level of abstraction, have accounted for every destruction you would have seen within the grid appearing there, the red outline we see?
Yes, and I was using 0957 because it requires less page turning, but if we go into the atlas, the heading south along that road, then you get to sheet C12, which does show several of the locations indicated in the Google map. And again, there are both destroyed and possibly destroyed structures on C12. And then I guess we would go down to D12, depending on how far south we want to go.
So the 0957 is more or less a comprehensive picture of the whole thing.
Yes, but if we want to use the atlas to stay within what he asked, then we would go to C12 and then D12, and possibly farther, but I don't know how far south the Kamumu area goes. And both C12 and D12 would show many of the Kamumu locations indicated on the Google map and additional destroyed points around them.
All right, so we're clear. C12 and D12 are also represented in 0957. Or are they outside of 0957?
They're in 0957 and then also in the 0092 1000 page of the atlas, and then 0092 1015 page.
All right. My next question to you then is this. Looking at 0957, would it be accurate to say that if there were any destructions to the extent that the satellite images you acquired were able to show, you would have accounted for them in 0957?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Witness, I would take you to C12 and D12 so that we can also see the extent of the destruction, just so that we can cover all the area you think would also be Kimumu. Let's go to C12, please.
Where is it?
Tab 10, C12, which is 0092-1000. Could you load that up the screen, please?
Before you start your questions on C12, and I'm not stopping you, Mr. Bromley, again, to be clear, so to allow us, the judges, follow you, what we see at 0957, is it what is represented on the top right-hand corner of C12?
Yes, the points are the same data, and then the background satellite image is different. So in C12, the image used is the image from January 2008.
What I'm trying to understand, so we can correlate one thing to the other. So 0957 is a larger representation of a smaller image we see on the top right-hand corner of C12.
Correct.
Thank you.
And Mr. Witness, if you take a look at C12, you would see that there are some red dots, right?
Correct.
And let us count them. I have counted about 12 dots. Do you agree?
Yes. And then we also see in the middle of C12 what I think is the Kumumu Cathedral. So I think we're all looking at the same spot then.
Yes. Let us now move to D12. It's on 0092-1015. Could you see it?
Yes.
And I have counted about 16 destroyed structures, according to your report.
Approximately, yes.
So now we're talking about 15 plus 16, that's 31, plus 25 in the previous map that we have seen to make it 26 destroyed structures. Sorry, 56 destroyed structures.
I'll trust your math, yes.
And let's pause there for a minute. Interpreters, how is it going with the rifling? Is it still very disturbing, or has it sort of somewhat ameliorated?
Your Honour, there's no background noise now. Thank you.
Mr. President, perhaps this is a convenient time to stop for a break.
All right, we will take our morning break now and we'll come back at 11:30. How much longer do you think you will stay?
Mr. President, I want to do this exercise for the rest of the villages. So I still have Langas, Yamumbi, and Huruma to do. Huruma looks very easy. Yamumbi and Langas a bit murkier. So I should finish before lunch break. Thank you.
We will take our morning break now. Court will rise.
All rise. We will.
Just going to leave all this here.
All rise. Vive. Please be seated.
Thank you very much, witness. Welcome back. Mr. Farr, please proceed.
Thank you.
Mr. Bromley, okay. Good. Mr. Bromley, I now wish to take you to look at Yamumbi. And you will recall that you identified Yamumbi in what is grid cell L9 in the atlas. That is page 0092-1132. Grid L9 in the atlas. Do you see it?
Yes, it's actually in the grid cell above it, but it's on this page too.
And we say that actually the place depicted on this page, or most of it, is in fact Langas and not Yamumbi. What do you say to that?
I wouldn't know. Again, yeah, I wouldn't know.
When the OTP provided you with the coordinates, they gave you that particular coordinate as Yamumbi. Is that right?
Correct.
Did they inform you that Yamumbi is basically a farm area and not a town? Did they explain that to you?
No.
We also say that the area with the red dots on that map showing destruction is in fact in Kisumundogo in Langas and not Yamumbi. What do you say to that?
I wouldn't know.
May I take your honors to tab 4 of the defense binder? The ERN number is KEN D09 D09 0034 003. It's 0003. Could you put that up the screen, please? Could you now see it up the screen and also on tab 4 of the defense bundle? Can you see it?
Yes.
I want you to examine this Google Earth image we have provided very carefully. And if you look at about 3 plots away from the area stamped as Kisumundogo Shopping Center, you would see a plot with a triangular shape. Could you see it? At least 3 plots.
What do you mean by plots? The area within streets?
Also, a direction
Yes.
would be helpful, Your Honours. A direction would be helpful.
I said to the left, 3 plots to the left from the point marked Kisumundogo. Can you see a triangular shape?
Yes, a triangle without a bottom, correct?
Yes. Would you agree with me that that same spot is also visible in the image that you provided, especially to the top left-hand corner of the image you have provided? Of this document 0092-1132. Can you see it?
Yes, I believe I can.
Would you agree that this Google Earth image depicts the same location as the one contained in the imagery that you analyzed on L9?
Mr. Fowl, I have not located where we are. First of all, I'm handicapped by the printouts of the map atlas sheet L9. Be that as it may, where is the triangle you're talking about? That's to the left of the designation Kisumundogo Shopping Center.
Yes, Mr. President. May I ask the court officer to shrink the image a little? That way, the portions I'm talking about will become obvious. Now it's up the screen, Mr. President. You could see that counting 3 plots to the left. Could you expand it a little bit, please? Include a bit of the farm area. Yes, this is perfect now. If you count 3 plots to the left from
of the B,
yes, you would see a plot with a triangular shape at the top. That is the spot I'm talking about.
Oh, right. I see that.
Yes, it is quite visible in the image provided by the Office of the Prosecutor, contained in KEN 0092-1132. That is L9.
All right. Can we pull up 1132 on the screen?
The ERN number is KenOTP -0092-1132. That is seat L9, Atlas seat L9.
So we can leave 1132 on screen because your own Google Map bundle appears sufficiently clear to work with.
I'm with that, Mr. President. So, could you kindly put 1132 up the screen, please? L9. Okay. And Mr. Bromley, L9 is now up the screen, and taking it from the top left-hand corner, and you walk down the first street, you would come to the point of the triangular shape we talked about, contained in the Google Earth image. Is that right?
Yes.
So essentially, L9, or what is contained in L9, is the same thing that is depicted in the Google Earth image we have provided. Is that right?
Yes, generally the same area.
And if you look at the image you provided, that is the L9 you provided, there are red dots to the top right of the document. Is that right?
Correct.
And if you overlay the Google Map image that we provided, the Google Earth image, onto L9, the red dots would fall on a location called Kisumundogo in Langas. Is that right?
The shopping center, correct.
Kisumundogo, Mr. President, is, for the record, is spelled K-I-S-U-M-U, Ndogo, N-D-O-G-O. And we say that Langas is in fact to the left of the Google Earth image that we provided, and also to the left of L9 that you have provided. What do you say to that?
You mean the...
I meant to say Yamumbi is to the left of the Google Earth image that we provided, and what is to the right is all Langas. What do you say to that?
Again, I wouldn't know other than the coordinates I was provided.
And
you're saying that Yamumbi would be around the area you pointed out as the triangle, to the left of that?
Yes, Mr. President. And we say that Yamumbi also comprises the area contained in L8, L7, L6, and L5 of the atlas. Do you have any comment on that?
I wouldn't know again.
Mr. Fowl, do you have the coordinates for all these places you are putting that's different from the prosecutor's own coordinates?
Mr. President, we expect that at some stage, when the defense may present evidence, we would have to call someone to present evidence as to the geographical boundaries of Yamumbi, and also perhaps present a map. I have attempted to try to get a Google Earth image of it, but the precise boundaries are not marked as it was in the Kimumu one, and I did not want to present misleading information. I have good knowledge of the area. I can.
You're not to give evidence.
Exactly. So that is why we are prepared to leave it as is at the moment.
Now, what I was saying is whether you have the coordinates for Yamumbi, Langas, Kisumu, and so on, since you are contesting the expert's own location. Of course, he acted on the basis of the coordinates he was given.
Our contention, Mr. President, is that just a mere coordinate is not enough. The court should have been provided with information as to the geographical boundaries of these areas, and with information as to what destruction falls within this particular area. And that has not been done. And we are showing that, in fact, the areas that have been so provided to represent, to depict some of the places that are talked about. If they are correct, they show very little or no destruction. And where we believe that the information is incorrect, we have tried to provide what we believe is the right information. But there is an extent to which we can go. We do not have just the coordinates, because we believe a coordinate would not be enough. We believe
it will not be one coordinate. If you are talking about an area, that area can fall within some coordinates, perhaps 4 or more.
Exactly.
Yes. So at least that can give you a rough idea of what you're saying. And you say you have the coordinates. If you plotted the map around those coordinates, you will have the area.
That is precisely the point. But at the moment, I do not have coordinates as such for some of these locations. For some areas, it's quite easy, it's obvious. Say, for instance, Langas. We can easily tell what is Langas. But I really do not have any precise coordinates that I can give. May I proceed, Mr. President? Mr. Witness, if you go through the areas that I have identified as Yamumbi, you would see some destruction, or what is shown as destruction, on L4 and L3. Correct?
As well as L5?
Yes. Mr. President, this is something we would have to come to at a later stage. We believe that portions that are depicted in L4 and L3 are in fact out of Yamumbi. But if you look at the map, it looks like a continuation of the same field. So for now, we just take it as Yamumbi, and I am prepared to count every destruction that is contained in that area and take it for now to be in Yamumbi, just to be fair to the witness and to the prosecution, even though we believe that some of those areas are in fact out of Yamumbi. And at the right stage, we will bring evidence to that effect.
You can proceed with your questioning. If prosecution has an objection, they will make it, and then we'll make a ruling.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And we say that if you look at L5, you have identified about 10 definitely destroyed structures. Is that right?
Approximately.
If you look at L6, none. Correct?
I beg your pardon, I can see 2 in the bottom left-hand quadrant.
Yes, thanks so much for that correction. 2 in L6.
Correct.
L7, none.
Correct.
And L8, none.
Correct.
So now let's move to Langas. Before we leave this page, L9, we have identified about 16 destroyed structures in the place called Kisumundogo.
Approximately.
Yes. And if you turn to the next page, L10, you would see a continuation of Langas.
Yes. Well,
Yes.
I see L10.
Yes. We say that place is called Langas. And if you look at the Google Earth image we have provided, you could see that the same image depicted on L10 is in fact the image depicted on the middle of the Google Earth image we provided, precisely in the segment written Kisumundogo Shopping Center. Would you agree?
Yes, it appears that way.
Is it the same question you've asked before? Saying that, where you say that the row or the cluster of destroyed structures appearing at 11:32 are in around the Kisumundogo shopping center. Is that the point you're making?
In fact, it's a different point, Mr. President. This time, I'm just trying to show that what is contained in L10.
Whereabouts in L10?
All of L10 is also contained in the Google Earth image we provided, showing the area of Langas.
No, but let's take our reference point now. At least so there is no confusion when you're saying it's a different point. Now we see in L10, top west of the image, also a cluster of destroyed structures. Are they the same as we see in L9? An overlap?
Mr. President, except I am mistaken, I have not seen any. Oh yes, the L10 it's showing a bit of L9.
Capturing the destroyed?
Capturing the destroyed.
It's a Brumley, help us so that we don't argue about this when you're not here.
That what is contained in the top left-hand corner of L10
yes, you
is
will.
in fact what is contained in the top right-hand corner of L9. Is that right?
Yes, you will notice a black line forming the square, which is the grid cell. So there is a small amount of overlap between each page, just to avoid losing any of the data between pages. So to the left of the black line on L10 is in fact cell L9, and correspondingly so on the other side of the page.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Fowl, what is that different point you're making?
The different point I'm making is that the rest of what is in the rest of the page of L9, taking it from the second cell, would also be part of Langas, and it's also showed in the middle of the Google Earth image we have provided, correct?
Again, I can't say whether it's Langas or not, but I can say that it's it appears to be the same as what you have in the Google image you've provided.
Thank you. And we say that all that area up to the main road, written Stand Kisa Yala Road or Kisumu Road, is Langas. And beyond the road is in fact racecourse.
I can't comment on that. One clarification, though, your map is actually a Google map, not a Google Earth map.
I wouldn't know the difference, Mr. Problem. Well, thank you very much for that. 6 in the morning for you.
Is there a difference?
Sometimes there are, yes. Google Earth and Google Maps, as far as I know, use slightly different image libraries, and so sometimes one is updated before the other. Basically, in the past, sometimes I've noticed slightly different images between the two, but for 99% of the planet, they're probably the same.
Now, Mr. Fowl, help us while you're there. Where then would you put the Kisumu Road, that is Tandi Kisa Yala Road, where would you locate it? On either L10 or L11?
It is quite visible on L11, and it is the road in the middle of the page. Can you see it, Mr. President?
I do see a road there. I wanted to know whether that is where you would put it.
I
All right, we can proceed.
yes. And
Perhaps we can have him react to that, whether he agrees with that. Again, Mr. Bromley, while we have you here, we want to, as much as possible, get us information we can. Because once you leave and lawyers start arguing about what you said and the meaning of it, it'll be difficult for you to come back then and clarify anything. So do you agree that the road that's written on the Google Map satellite photo that says Kisumu Road continues on to say Tandi Kesa Yala Road, you would put it in the middle of L11? If you can, if it's not clear, you can also let us know.
They do appear to be the same, Your Honor.
And we say that to the right of that road is race course and not Langas. What do you say to that?
Again, I would not know.
And Mr. Witness, if you look at the sheet showing Langas, the only destruction that we have seen are the 16 dots in Kisumundogo, right?
Again, as we discussed with Kamumu, there are additional destruction points in the area of the coordinate that I was given as Langas, but I think we would need to determine the boundaries of what you consider Langas. Am I answering the?
Well, we have provided you with the image of what we consider to be Langas, and we'd be happy if you could show us destruction in places that would fall within the boundary of Langas that is depicted in the Google image we have provided you.
So you're saying from the shopping center to the Kisumu Road is Langas?
Yes.
In the image that you provided?
Yes.
So it looks like we would have one in L10, actually three within L10, 2 or 3 of which maybe would be just south of the, or just to the, below the shopping center you've identified.
But those are the ones in Kisumundogo, isn't it?
Depending on where your boundaries are. And then there's one in the middle right of sheet L10, which is a yellow point, so a possibly destroyed.
Yes, I am more concerned about the definitely destroyed.
Okay.
Could you find any other?
No.
Thank you very much. I would now move on to Huruma. And Huruma was identified in the grid point H4, that is in 0092-1067. Grid point or atlas point seat H4. Could you put that up the screen, please? Could you see it?
Yes.
And this is the point you have identified as Huruma. Is that right?
Correct, based on the coordinates I was given.
We say that Huruma extends to the wheat farm, a popular wheat farm just in the outskirts of Eldoret. What do you say to that?
I wouldn't know.
And we say that seats G4 and G3 sow Huruma up to the wheat farm. Could you take a look at G4 and G3, please? Could you kindly put G4 up the screen? And G4 is 0092-1052. Can you say it? And the what looks like a triangular space is in fact the wheat farm no, that place would be rye ply, and below it on the left hand side, middle left hand side of the page, is the wheat farm, and that is where Huruma ends. What do you say?
Again, I wouldn't know.
Did the OTP provide you with information as to the geographical boundaries of Huruma?
No, they provided a approximate coordinate point.
May I take you to grid point G3, which is 1051? Could you kindly put that off the screen, please? Yes, could you expand it a little bit, please? And we say that that empty space on the middle right-hand side of the page is the wheat farm, which separates Huruma from roadblock. What do you say to that?
I wouldn't know.
May I now ask you to take a look at this document contained in tab 3 of the defense bundle? Could you kindly put up the screen document KEN D09 0034 0002. Kindly put it off the screen, please. And Mr. Bromley, you would notice that on the top center of the page, there is this place marked Wheat Farm. Can you see it? To the left of the road, can you see it?
Yes.
If you take a look at G3, you would see that the wheat farm is in fact the empty space or the empty field depicted in the lower half of G3. Is that right?
Yes, it appears so.
And if you follow the Eldoret Juakali Road that is showed on the Google image, you would come to another field which has this writing, Huruma Sub-District Hospital. Can you see it?
Yes.
And you would agree just a minute. You would agree with me that that is depicted in H4 of the Atlas sheets you provided. H4. That would be 0092-1067. H4.
Yes, it appears so.
Why is that?
H4 on...
I know. I'm asking what, how do they relate so as to say we are seeing the same thing?
If you, from Wheat Farm, if you take the Eldoret Juakali Road, going down into Eldoret, that is going south, you would see a field, and in the center of that, there is this point marked Huruma Sub-District Hospital. Okay. That is the same location that is depicted on the right-hand side of H4.
So it's in the H5 cell, just right on the edge of the page, correct?
Yes. Mr. President,
I see the road that appears on H5 quite clearly, that moves from, I would say, northwest to sort of east on that map,
yes.
on that plane.
It is a continuation of what is contained in the last shell in H4. And we say, Mr. President, that that place is the field that is depicted in the Google Earth map, the point that shows Huruma Sub-District Hospital.
Mr. Bromley, you say you agree with that proposition?
Yes, and just as a reminder, the Atlas pages north is rotated slightly to the left, so there is some difference between the Google maps you're being shown where north is directly up, and on my Atlas where north is pointed slightly to the left. You can see the north arrow at the top left of the page. So the The road that you see on H5 looks to be the Eldoret Road. The building that you see to the left in the middle of the field on H5 is also visible to the right side of the page on H4.
All right. Proceed, Mr. Farr.
So you agree that the Google Earth image covers the area that you have in H3, H4. Is that right?
Yes.
And it also covers the area G4, H3, and yes, G4 and H3 and H4, right?
Yes.
And looking at the atlas sheets you have provided, let's start from H4. There is no destruction that is visible there, correct?
Correct.
And H3, no destruction, correct?
There may be 3 on H3.
Maybe we have to struggle to find them. Definitely destruction.
Printout. Can we look at H3 on the screen?
Yes. Could kindly put 0092-1066 up the screen, please? Kindly expand it, please.
That's H4. We need H3. Can you scroll down?
You have to struggle to find any. Huh?
Yeah, with the PDF, it's always harder. It's possible there's 3 or 4, 5. In the adjoining cell, there's at least 3.
Which adjoining cell is that?
To the left.
Yes, but that would not be Huruma.
Right. Okay.
That is beyond the river, and that place would not be Huruma. That place would be Cape Kenya. All right, let's go to G3. Where are you able to find any, rather G4, are you able to find any in G4?
No.
So this is the extent of the destruction in Huruma, correct?
It's the destruction in those grid cells.
Mr. Bromley, taking the evidence at its highest, we were able to see about 56 structures destroyed in Kimumu. Do you recall that?
Yes.
About 48 in Yamumbe. Do you recall that?
Yes.
About 16 in Kisumundogo in Langas. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And almost 0 in Huruma, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I will not trouble you any further. I would leave it at that and have a very nice journey back. And hopefully we would see again in another case. In the meantime, let me do the housekeeping and ask that certain items that we have used in the cross-examination be admitted in evidence. And for that, I would ask that the map that we used to show Better Farm and Kimumu, KEND09-0034-0001, and the map we've used for Kiamba, KEND09-0034.
One at a time.
All right.
Did you use both? Or let's process it one ERN number at a time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
Which one?
I would start with the one for Kiamba.
Where is the tab?
It's tab 11, and it's KEN D09-0034-0009.
Prosecution?
Objection, Your Honor.
Admitted as the next of the Ruto defense exhibit. So we don't call upon you one at a time. Would you prepared that each of them be admitted? So,
Your Honors, I don't think I will have any objections, but if we could just identify the tab numbers so I could have a
we'll
look.
still go one at a time.
Yes, I don't believe I will have any objection to these documents.
All right, so we've admitted the document 0009.
Le document KE.
The court officer, document KEN D09-0034-0009, a public document, will be assigned the following number: EVD T D09-00193.
And may I ask that the map showing Kimumu and Better Farm be admitted into evidence, and the reference number is KEN-D09-0034-0001.
Where is it?
Tab 2, Mr. President.
It will be admitted as the next of the Ruto defense exhibits.
Your Honor, for the record, I have no objection, but I might wish to show the witness a slightly larger version of this map, because I think there's important information that's been left off the map on which he's been asked to...
In re-examination?
In re-examination, yes, but I just want to flag that at this stage.
So in the meantime, the document is admitted.
The court officer, document KEN D09-0034-0001, a public document, shall be assigned the following number: EVD T D09-00194.
And the next document would be the Google Earth map of Kisumundogo, contained in tab 4 with ERN number KEN D09 0034-0003.
Admitted.
Le document K...
The court officer, document KEN D0900340003, will be given the following number: EVD T D09 00195. This is a public document.
And the next would be the Google Earth image for Huruma sublocation, and it's tab 3, it's KEN D09 0034 0002.
No objection.
Do you accept that it is Huruma sublocation, or you're not objecting merely to the admission of the document?
I have no objection to the admission of the document. I don't make any admission about the correctness of the area that he's put.
The document is admitted.
The court officer, document KEN D09 0034 0002, a public document, shall be assigned the following number: EVD T D09 00196.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Fowl. Mr. Kigen-Katwa. You will then take us to lunch time.
Yes, Mr. President.
And I understand you don't expect to be more than that.
I don't recall you asking me, Mr. President, but I shouldn't be more than on the higher side 1 hour, Mr. President.
Proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bromley.
Good afternoon.
Now, my questions will be entirely on the issue of the estimates you did in terms of distance and time travel, and that is the understanding we had with the other team. Now, the letter of instructions given to you, or the letter requesting for your expertise, is a reference. It is at tab 5, and it is Ken OTP 00920928. Now, Mr. Bromley, I want to ask you the first, initially 3 general questions before we go into the question of the use of the helicopter and travel by road. The first one is, could you kindly confirm that the coordinates you used were the ones given to you by the prosecution?
Yes, all the coordinates I used were provided by OTP.
And did you counter-check whether those coordinates, as counter-checked to the names of the places referred to by the prosecutions, were accurate?
If I recall, in some cases I was able to see them on Google Maps. In some cases I had no other information on where they might be. I certainly checked that the coordinates were in the right general area, just as a matter of normal confirmation. Sometimes they get reversed, basically. So, but yeah, I had no ability to check where these locations were other than something like Google Maps.
Mr. Bromley, are you in a position to tell this court that each of those coordinates is an accurate reference to the locations referred to by the prosecution?
Not specific, not at this time. No, I would have to go back and see which ones were visible on Google Maps. But I essentially took them at face value, other than a basic check of their possible accuracy.
Now, in terms of your report on the use of helicopters, Mr. Bromley, you have stated at page Ken OTP 0092-0928 that there are some limitations to your ability. Could I read the reference again? Sorry. Ken-OTP-0092-0919. In that report, Mr. Bromley, you have said that your estimates as to time taken to travel between the locations given to you were subject to a couple of caveats, isn't it?
Yes.
And Mr. Bromley, the ones you've identified at the same page 0919 are the time it would take to take off, time it would take to land, and any in-flight maneuvers, isn't it, Mr. Bromley?
The calculations did not take those three variables into account. It just essentially assumed a takeoff, straight flight, landing without any maneuvering, essentially.
In fact, Mr. Bromley, it assumes that it takes off at the estimates of the speeds you've given at the bottom of your in your conclusions at page 0920, being at a fast speed 248 kilometers per hour and at a slow speed 200 kilometers per hour, isn't it?
It essentially starts the flight after takeoff from a position where it would then accelerate to those speeds.
Now, Mr. Bromley, you would also confirm that apart from what you acknowledge as likely to be issues that will affect the time taken, you would also accept that weight carried in the helicopter would also affect the time taken to travel between the points, isn't it?
I think that's a little beyond what I can speculate. I would assume the top speed of the helicopters mentioned in their manufacturer's specifications would take into, I mean, they have a certain carrying capacity which they're not going to exceed or else they can't fly.
Okay. What of altitude, Mr. Bromley?
No, there was no calculation involving altitude. Again, it was just from a hovering position flying to the destination.
I understand, Mr. Bromley. What I'm saying is, depending on the situation of the altitude or the location where the aircraft is flying, speed and time taken would be affected by altitude, isn't it?
Possibly. I guess I don't know enough about helicopter flight to answer that.
Bromley, temperature would also affect the time taken to travel, isn't it?
Again, I couldn't speculate on that. It was the manufacturer's specifications plugged into the distance equals time.
Now, Bromley, you identified a couple of specific helicopters that you said you referenced from the Kenya media, and that is Eurocopter AS350, 365, EC145, MDUs 500, and Robinson R44, isn't it?
Correct.
Could you confirm, Mr. Bromley, that these models that you have used to make your estimates were not given to you by the prosecution?
Correct.
Mr. Bromley, all the items we've made reference to, the takeoff time, the flight time, the landing, the flight maneuvers, and whether or not weight and altitude would affect the time taken by a flight to travel from one point to another. All of them would increase the time it would take to fly from one point to the next, isn't it?
What did you say he made reference to as affecting the flight time?
Mr. President, he acknowledged that takeoff, landing, and flight maneuvers were not taken into account in calculating the time it would take to fly from one point to another.
All right. Okay, your question is, again?
Then additionally, I have put propositions to him in respect to weight, altitude, and temperature, and he acknowledges that altitude could possibly be, he didn't acknowledge on weight and temperature. And my question is this, that all those would go into, in every likelihood, increasing the time it would take to travel from one point to the next, isn't it, Mr. Bromley?
That seems logical. That was essentially why I provided the fast air travel time and the slow air travel time to give some variability in the results to account for these factors and the helicopter speed.
Now, Mr. Bromley, in your report, there is a particular reference to traveling from the first location being Kipkaren Salient Trading Center, and then location 2, that is at page 0920. Are you there, Mr. Bromley?
Yes.
And can you see the item I'm referring to, Kipkaren Salient Trading Center to Diani Road? Can you see that?
Yes.
Now, on that item, Mr. Bromley, you've said that it would take, at a slow speed, 63 minutes to travel from Kipkaren Salient Trading Center to Kass FM Studio, Diani Road, off Ole Odume Road, Nairobi. And it would take 78 minutes when you're going faster. That's what you said, Mr. Bromley, isn't it?
It is the other way around, isn't it?
It's the other way around, yes.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. That if you are going fast, you'd use 63 minutes, and if you are going slow, you'd use 78 minutes, isn't it?
Correct. That's what it indicated.
Now, in terms of this location, Kass FM Diani Road off Ole Odume Road, the presumption is that, in fact, there is a landing pad for an helicopter, isn't it?
I mean, possibly, or an area to land.
Thank you, Mr. Bromley. Could you confirm if you actually checked whether that is a possibility, that there is a landing ground, whether in terms of a landing field or a landing pad?
No, I did not check that.
You've also said in the next item that it would take 0 minutes to travel from Kipkaren Salient to Kass FM office, Paringetung Plaza. You can see that?
Yes, since they're 2 kilometers apart at that speed, it's essentially less than 1 minute.
In practical sense, Mr. Bromley, is that possible, that you would not use any time to travel between the 2 points?
Well, the unit of time here is minutes, so 0 indicates less than 1 minute, but I'm sure you could fly at 200 kilometers in less than 1 minute over 2.5 kilometers is how I would interpret that.
Now, Mr. Bromley, this preposition in the first item I picked, Kass FM Studio in Diani Road, off Ole Odume Road, was it your idea that Kass FM Studio, which is marked there, is on that Diani Road, or was it prosecution's proposition?
That's a verbatim repeat of the information I was given by prosecution.
Now, Mr. Bromley, I would like, keeping your finger on that item, I would like you to look at the letter of instructions you are given, Ken OTP 0092-0928, page 0928. Are you there?
Yes.
Now, I want to read with you the last paragraph of what you are requested by the prosecution. The last sentence, it starts with the word, after having identified. Can you see that?
Yes.
It says this is what you asked. After having identified the requested distances.
1 second, Mr. King. You said, where is this?
That's at tab 5, Your Honors. Ken OTP 0092-0928.
All right. After having identified the requested distances, you mean?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Bromley, this is what you asked. After having identified the requested distances, you are requested to estimate the average time required for a person transported by a helicopter or an ordinary car to move from location 2 to location 1 on the given date. You can see that, Mr. Bromley.
Correct.
Mr. Bromley, it is on the item I just shown you, Current Salient and KASFM Diani Road. In the letter of instructions, in the next page, you were given specific time when it is, you were to make an estimate of both distance and time being 6th December 2007. You can see that at the next page, page 929, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Bromley, my instructions is that KASFM was not at this address, Diani Road off Oleodume Road, as at 6th December 2007. What would you have to say in response to that?
That's not something I would know.
Now, using the same item, Mr. Bromley, you were asked how long it would take to travel on that specific date from one point to the next. Is your estimation in any way informed by the 6th of December 2007 when you estimate the times that it would take, whether you're going fast or slow?
No, the specific date did not figure into the 200 miles per hour or 200 kilometers per hour is the same on one day or the next.
And could you confirm that, in fact, in all the estimates you've done, the dates given to you were not a factor you took into account in making the estimates?
That's correct.
Mr. Bromley, you said you used general media material to make an estimate of what kind of helicopter models are in use in Kenya. That's what you said, isn't it?
Yeah, that was essentially a brief internet search on what kind of helicopters I might find in Kenya at that time. I mean, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. But basically, you'll confirm that in your report you have not incorporated anything to show that data that you did to show that these kind of helicopters are actually in use in Kenya.
They were referenced in some source relating to Kenya, but I can't. I remember one was a safari company, one was an executive limousine service, something like that.
Now, Mr. Bromley, I would like us to move on to the issue of the use of road transport. And that's also at page 0092-0919 of your report. Could you confirm that you have raised the following caveats at the last paragraph, at the first sentence, the last sentence at page 0919, that you have said that making an estimate of how long it will take to go by road is more complex than obtains in respect to an helicopter?
Before you embark on that line of question, Mr. Katwa, I'm thinking about the witness's answer about the date indicated in the prosecutor's instructions. Would you know why a date would be indicated in your instruction, saying distance from point A to point B on a given date?
One moment. Yeah, there were dates for the same locations provided, when I was searching for optical satellite imagery to see what had possibly been visible at those locations. So, I mean, it seems to be the same dates that were mentioned in both tables. So the dates were very relevant when I was looking for imagery, but to me they did not seem relevant for the travel time calculation. Unless we want to get into the road traffic conditions in Kenya on those particular dates, which, again, I had no information on about whether there was possibly a traffic jam in a certain area on that particular date.
No, this is about air travel now.
Yeah, right. So I can only speculate that the dates were provided and to possibly inform the road travel part of the assessment.
In terms of air travel, so we get this off our chests, mine at least. It may well be that you've responded to it in a way to Mr. King Katwa's questions, but if there was, say, heavy rainfall on one day, would it make a difference in how fast the helicopter travels?
I would think so. That's speculation, and certainly if the weather was bad enough, a helicopter would not have been able to fly. But I did not check weather conditions for those particular dates.
Or perhaps wind as well?
Correct. Yeah, same response. I'm sure it would theoretically have an influence, but I did not check wind conditions.
Thank you. Please proceed.
And in specific terms, Mr. Bromley, wind, whether it's wind or whether it is weather factors, would inform the likely time it will take to move from one point to another, isn't it?
Yes, and again, that was why I provided a slow and a fast travel time. That was all I could do to address that particular variable.
Now, the first question I wanted to ask you about the road transport is that you said it is a more complex issue to address, isn't it?
Yes, very much so.
And some of the caveats you identified was the question of reasonable and best route along the road network, isn't it?
Yes, there would be multiple routes to get from point A to point B.
The second one that you identified was traffic at page 920, isn't it?
Correct.
The next one is weather conditions.
Correct.
And then the next one is type of car.
Correct.
Now, Mr. Bromley, at page 0919, in the first sentence of your report, in the introduction, you've said, in February 2013, the United Nations Institute of Training and Research Operational Satellite Applications Program conducted an analysis of possible travel times between origins and destinations. You can see that?
Yes.
Mr. Bromley, having made a report in February 2013, the roads that you have referenced in terms of likely time to be taken between point 1 to point 2 in your report, you don't know whether or not those roads were in existence in 2007, would you?
The data that I used was from the Google Mapmaker source, and we obtained that in August of 2011. And there was no way to essentially take it back to 2008. Or 7, sorry.
So the routes that at page 0919, you've used the word reasonable and best route along the road network?
Yes.
And at page 922, you've used another word to describe the same thing. If you looked at the last line of your report, you said, for a fast and slow car to travel along the theoretical best route between locations was provided. You can see that?
Yes.
Are we to assume that theoretical best route is the same thing as at page 922, is the same thing as you have referred to as reasonable and best route at page 919?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Bromley, in the same way that you said in the middle of your report on the methods, you said, I'll just read, you will recognize what I am reading. To determine possible travel time for helicopter between each point, helicopter speed was estimated based on review of 5 common helicopter types in operation by charter companies in Kenya, as referenced in Kenya media. You recall having made that reference, Mr. Bromley?
Yes.
Now, my point of interest is, did you do any media search and reference as to the road situation in Kenya in the year 2007, particularly the roads that you used to estimate the time you would need to travel between points?
No. Just to be clear, I've taken the road from Nairobi to the airport once or twice. I think that was in 2010. There was a traffic jam.
Okay. Now, if I were to put to you, Mr. Bromley, for instance, that what you've referred to at page 921 being the time it would take from item number 3, if you can see item number 3, Mr. Bromley. Item number 3 is travel from Sugoi to Nairobi. You can see that?
Yes.
If I were to indicate to you that it would take 7 hours to go from Sugoi to Nairobi because of the bad road condition in the year 2007, what would you say?
I can't speculate on that.
And in reference specifically to that item number 3, Mr. Bromley, you would also confirm that you did not counter-check it against the date that the prosecution had proposed is the reference date, isn't it?
Correct.
And so that we are done with this issue of theoretical best route and reasonable and best route, could you confirm that what you meant was the most direct route?
This is where we get into the particulars of the software that I used. It is essentially choosing the most direct route. If you expand the analysis and start calculating every possible route, then it goes on forever.
Mr. Bromley, then you would confirm that the time estimates that you've used or you've suggested are probably the minimum time because it doesn't take into account, for instance, traffic, road condition, and all the other items we have acknowledged.
Correct.
Mr. Bromley, your report in terms of the motor vehicle does not suggest in any way what, or rather, let me put it this way. The time you'd spend to move from one point to another would depend also on the engine capacity of the car you're using, isn't it?
Yes, again, those sorts of issues, the only way I could account for that was a theoretical fast car versus slow car.
And the same obtains for an helicopter, that it would depend also on its capacity, isn't it?
Correct. So the sample helicopters that I chose were a range of, very modern fast ones to older, smaller ones.
Mr. Bromley, I was going to ask you, I know you've mentioned that you were in Kenya and saw the road, at least one road, in the year 2010. Absent having done any investigations using media reports for the period 2007, additionally, you did not see the road condition in the period 2007, isn't it, Mr. Bromley?
Correct.
And so, Mr. Bromley, you will admit that your time estimates, I know I've asked you this question, but I want to ask you the last time as I finish my cross-examination, that the time estimates you've given, even in terms of the fastest speed, are the minimum time it would take to move from one point to another, isn't it?
Correct.
Mr. President, that should be all. Thank you very much, Mr. Bromley.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bromley. And then that brings us to our lunch time. Mr. Steinberg, you said you have some questions.
I will have some questions. I don't imagine I'll be more than 15 or 20 minutes at the outside.
Mr. President, I just realized there's a document which...
you want to put in?
Yes, yes. It's a document that was already disclosed. Ken-0092-1516 in respect to destruction in Huruma Estate and Kibera, Nairobi. Mr. President, this is an item we had agreed with my colleague for Ruto team would handle, but seemingly, as an oversight, he did not put in the document.
Where is it? Is it on that in the tab?
Yes.
What time is that?
Should be tab, I think, 11. 10. Tab 10, Mr. President.
Mrs. Steinberg?
Your Honor, this is a document that was not shown to the witness. He's not commented on it, and I don't see on what basis it's being tendered into evidence.
Yes, what is... I don't remember.
Mr. President, if I could have the witness identified, please. I know I had closed my cross-examination, but it shouldn't take me more than 5 minutes. I very kindly request for your indulgence. Let me say 3 minutes.
Monsieur Kigen-Katwa.
Mr. Ginkatwa, we've noted that the document's confidential. Please, could you confirm that?
It's not confidential.
We noticed that it is an OTP document, is it?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right, proceed.
Mr. Bromley, I would like you to look at tab 10 and particularly look at the document Ken-OTP-0092-1516.
Yes, I see it.
Could you confirm this is the document you said your employer made before you were involved in this, before you were engaged to do the report that you did? You recall that?
This appears to be a different document produced at the time. It was produced 23 January, I think, 2008, which was quite some time before I came to UNISAT.
Yes, and you said it came to conclusions, similar conclusions to what you had already, to the conclusions you arrived at, isn't it?
Well, again, I don't believe I've commented on this or seen it, honestly. I mean, I think I've seen it, but I haven't reviewed it closely.
To the extent to which you have reviewed it, Mr. Bromley, could you confirm that on its face you can see that there is acknowledgement of destruction in Uruma Estate and Kibera Estates in Nairobi?
That's the title of the map, correct?
Would it come from the same series or records as we see at tabs 8 and 9? The OTP bundle.
Yes, so there is an activation code, as we call it, which is referred to as a glide number in the top right, and that appears to be the same activation code, although the map on the screen was essentially produced, 19 days later. 19 and 20 days later than the other maps we discussed.
Prosecutor, do you revise your position?
Your Honour, I've no real objection to being put in, but I don't see the relevance. We're talking about destruction in Nairobi, which is we've heard a lot about destruction falling on this side or on that side of a particular boundary within a kilometre or two. This is some 400 kilometres away. But other than relevance, nothing.
We will admit it.
Thank you very much, Your Honours. Thank you very much for the indulgence.
We will, after the court officer records the document, we'll take our break now.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The court officer, thank you, Your Honor. Document KEN-OTP 0092 1516. A public document will be assigned the following number: EVD T D11 00043.
Thank you very much. Witness, will take our lunch break now, and you too, your well-deserved lunch, and then we'll meet again at 2:30. Court will rise.
All rise. We will be.
Thank you very much, and witness, welcome back. Prosecutor. Mr. Steinberg.
Thank you, Your Honours. My apologies. Mr. Bromley, there are just 4 areas I wish to briefly cover in re-examination. And let me commence with the cross-examination by counsel for Mr. Sang relating to the travel times in Kenya. And I refer you in this regard to tab number 5, and in particular to page 0921. Please let me know when you have it.
I have it.
Now, with reference to the third entry, and that is the travel time by car from Sugoi to the Cass FM studios at Diani Road, Nairobi. My learned friend put to you that the travel time between those 2 points would be 7 hours. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Expressed in minutes, how long would that be?
420 minutes.
And would you agree that that is almost exactly the median between the 2 times that you have given? According to my calculation, the average would be 431 minutes.
But isn't that something we can all do the math at the appropriate time? Do we need to ask a witness that? Unless there's a question that rides on it.
No question, more of an observation, and perhaps it's one that the court may draw for itself. Thank you, Your Honours. If I can move on then to the questions that were put to you by counsel for Mr. Ruto. Firstly, you were taxed on the limitations of modus fire detection, and this was in the first session of cross-examination by Mr. Fall, my learned friend. And in particular, you were shown the fire maps, fire detection maps, at tab number 8, and I refer to 00921514. In particular, you were asked about the bottom left-hand map dated the 29th to 30th December. Do you recall that?
Yes.
My learned friend pointed out to you that over the area, well, in the center of the map, you see what appears to be the town of Eldoret. And it was pointed out to you that over that area and surrounding areas, there were no fire detections for those 2 days, correct?
Yes.
Mr. President, I think my learned friend should precise his questions. I never suggested that there were no fires in Eldoret during those dates. The work I did with regards to this particular map is to show actually the fires that were listed there and not those that are not listed there. So I think I may have been either misunderstood or misquoted.
Point taken.
Yes.
Noted, but then what's your question?
Well, it wasn't clear to me what, in fact, the point of Mr. Fall's questions were. He asked various questions about what appears on the map, but never then put any propositions to this witness. I had assumed that the purpose of this cross-examination was to show an absence of fires in the Eldoret, Greater Eldoret area on those 2 dates, but since it wasn't clear to me, that was a supposition on my part. Perhaps my learned friend could clarify.
And perhaps instead of criticizing the way in which questions are asked, counsel should not suppose what's not been asked. My questioning was very clear. All I was doing was to show that there were particular fires on this map, on certain areas, on particular dates. Where the council understood the purpose of those questions is not for us. The fact is, we have identified that there were fires at particular locations on dates that are different from the dates that are the subject of this charge. That is important for us in our view. If council does not see the importance, tant pis.
Be that as it may, Your Honours, I do not wish the court, the chamber, to be left with any misapprehension, so maybe I can just ask one or two follow-up questions.
All right, let's hear the questions.
Mr. Bromley, can any conclusion be drawn from the absence of fire detections in the area surrounding the town marked Eldoret on those 2 days?
As I've said, there are various reasons a fire wouldn't be detected by MODIS. Either it wasn't burning when the satellites were overhead, or perhaps it was too small, or perhaps it's at a phase in its burning where it's not quite active, which would be essentially similar to not burning. So it's possible there would be fires in that area that weren't detected.
Thank you. One follow-up question. You also mentioned during both your evidence-in-chief and cross-examination the effect of cloud cover on MODIS fire detection. Is that correct?
Correct. With any optical satellite system, cloud cover essentially obscures anything which would be detected.
And the fact that there are fires detected in other areas, does that tell us anything about the cloud cover over the Eldoret area, necessarily?
I wouldn't want to speculate on cloud cover from fire detections alone. If you're seeing fire detections, you can infer that the cloud cover was light or non-existent in the area of the fire detections. But the lack of a fire detection does not necessarily mean there was cloud cover. Now, there are other ways to determine whether there were clouds in the area at the time, and that would just be to look at the raw imagery.
All right. One final question on this map. I noticed there that the 31st of December is not reflected on this map. Does that accord with your observations regarding the availability of data for this period? And please refer back to your report if necessary.
Right. I will refer to the report if you don't mind.
If I can assist, if you can perhaps look at page 0885 at tab 4, the final 4 lines of your results.
On 0885?
Sorry, 0886.
Right, so when I looked at the raw imagery, when I did this report, I found that the area was relatively cloud-free during the period of 31 December through 3 January.
And if you read on to the end of that section, please.
And was cloudy on 4 to 5 January 2008, which would have degraded fire detection capability on those days.
And the last
Gaps
sentence.
in MODIS coverage were present on 31 December 2007. So essentially, on that particular day, the orbit of MODIS did not cover, the orbit of the satellite that the MODIS sensor was on did not cover that particular location.
And would that account for the lack of data on that date?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to move on then to the topic of various maps that were shown to you in cross-examination, mainly derived from Google Maps and also Google Map satellite images. And you were taxed at some length on whether or not certain areas fell within or without certain geographical boundaries with reference to Google Maps. Are you able to comment on the correctness or accuracy of Google Maps data, specifically regarding geographical boundaries of particular towns or suburbs within towns?
No, I've used the data, but I can't quite assess how accurate or valid it might be.
In particular, you were shown a Google Map image or a Google map relating to the area of Kimumu. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And unfortunately on my copy it's a little washed out, but it's the map was shown to you at tab 1 of the defense bundle, Ken D090033 to 00330011. Do you have that?
Yes.
And perhaps the following map would be the better one at tab 2. That's, unfortunately, my copy does not have an ERN. Oh, there it is at the top. 00340001. Could we perhaps just pull that image up that I've just quoted? I'll read it again. It's 00340001. That's the defense exhibit. Right. What I can't see on my image, but it's more visible on the screen, is a shaded area just 45 degrees to the left and below the Y junction at which you've identified several destroyed structures. Do you see what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Now, if I understand my learned friend's propositions, and I'm sure he'll correct me if I'm wrong, the proposition was that this shaded area denotes the boundary of the area known as Kimumu. Is that what you understood the proposition to be?
Yes.
Are you able to comment, in fact, on whether this shaded area, well, on what this shaded area in fact denotes, whether it denotes a particular area or neighborhood or a geographical feature or anything like that?
No.
Your Honours, I would ask the court officer to please give the floor, and as mentioned earlier, I'd like to pull up a slightly larger scale or smaller scale image of this map so that we can see the extent of the shaded area on one photograph.
Now, we've all been, sorry, we've all been saying shaded area, different shaded areas. It would be more helpful if we made reference to many writings appearing, any legends in writing appearing. Which one are you talking about? I know you said 45 degrees to the left.
I will try to be more precise. On my screen, Your Honours, I see two shaded areas, and I realize there's some color variation. I'm referring to what appears to be a gray shaded area, which is roughly an upside-down triangle and contains red points marked in red.
Right, 1 second. Would it be where you towards the top, you see KenyaMOJA Primary School.
Yes, Your Honours, that would be the first point at the top, and just below that to the left, KenyaMOJA High School, the area in which those are contained.
All right, so that is the shaded area you're interested in.
Indeed, Your Honours. Can I inquire whether the parties have this map? You'll have to switch to PC1 on your monitors. Do you have the image before you, Mr. Bromley?
Yes.
You'll see on that image there is a Y junction visible with point A just above the red point A on the map. See that?
Yes.
And between that Y junction and the town of Eldoret, you can see a shaded area which, in which the point A falls. Do you have that?
Yes.
Again, are you able to comment on what that shaded area might depict?
No.
I'm going to ask to...
Mr. Steinberg, again, we want the record to be clear. So we're now looking at a more distant image of the defenses 0001. Is that it?
Indeed, Your Honours. In fact, point A, if it helps, represents KenyaMOJA Cathedral, which was what we searched on. It was visible on one of the grid maps the witness referred to. So essentially what we've done is zoomed out in layman's terms. And perhaps now if we can zoom in to the area surrounding point A, a bit more. And scroll down a bit. Other way. All right, and I think we can see now then that this is the same area there. You can see Better Farm to the right of that point. Do you agree that's the same junction we've been referring to?
Yes.
And to this area here. Down, up, other way, other way, other way. More. Stop there. Now, within that same shaded area, we've just zoomed in and scrolled down a bit. You'll see a reference to Kapsoya Catholic Church compound. You see that?
Yes.
All right. Now, I think my learned friends will agree that Kapsoya is a different area to KenyaMOJA. Do you agree? Do you have any knowledge of that?
No.
Mr. President, I am wondering what is happening here. Is this another examination in chief, or these are issues arising out of cross-examination? Because it appears that my learned friend is now venturing into areas that are out of KenyaMOJA. I do not know whether this map is intended to show the boundaries of KenyaMOJA. If that is the case, we have not been told that yet. But it appears that really he's going out of the issues that have been covered during cross-examination. I leave it at that.
It appears he's re-examining on the basis of your Google map. Isn't that what you think is happening?
No. I think he's gone beyond that. He's now gone into areas such as Kapsoya. We've never mentioned that.
Isn't he telling us that he's zooming into the shaded area introduced in your Google map?
Yes, but I'm doing something different from what we did. and not anything arising out of what we did. But I leave it, let him continue.
Yes, let's leave it. Let's see where he goes.
Your Honours, if I can clarify, the purpose of this is to counter the proposition, which, as I understand it, was put to this witness, that the shaded area on the map at tab 2 of the defence bundle, the limits of the shaded area denote the borders of Kimumu. What I intend to demonstrate is that there are areas identified as being part of Kimumu that fall outside the shaded area, and similarly, there are other geographical locations that fall inside the shaded area. And the conclusion, I would argue at the end of the day, is that the shaded area actually represents something completely different from a geographical location.
Mr. President, if that is the case, we are looking at completely different documents. The search result that we put before the witness was a search for Kimumu, and we presented the result as we got it from Google Earth. I personally know the geographical area, I know the location, and I know where Kimumu ends. What we are being given by the prosecution is a completely different document. In fact, it is a search result for Kimumu Cathedral. And as such, it would be difficult to assume that what is contained in that document is the same thing as what is contained in the documents the prosecution used. And also, when the witness was cross-examined, the defense was prepared to concede that other areas that are not depicted in here are also part of Kimumu. And if you recall, Mr. President, we looked at cells, grid cells, which even talked about, which even show the Kimumu Cathedral and others. So we did not show the extent of all the places that constitute Kimumu. What we show is that this area in Beta Farm is not part of Kimumu. We did not show what is at the end of this map. And this is a product of a different search result from that of the prosecution. They searched for Kimumu Cathedral, we searched for Kimumu. This is the result we got, and as such, the documents are completely different in my view. It may appear funny, Mr. President, but that is the fact. We search for different things and receive different results. The important thing here is, what are the bond areas that are within Kimumu? And as far as I'm concerned, we are prepared to accept a look at all the grid cells from Junction all the way to Jerusalem. And then all those dots be counted. And we are happy to accept that. But the problem is, the document that the prosecution is using is different from the one we used. Let him identify the boundaries for Kimumu, and we can do the maths. We'll be content with that. Thank you.
All right, this is not something we can resolve right now. It is something that will be resolved during argument at the end of the day. But let's get the prosecutor's questions, and then we'll make those arguments later. Or you will, as counsel.
Your Honours, I think perhaps rather than reply to my learned friend, if I can just direct a question to the witness, and he, I think, will be able to clear this up. Mr. Bromley, regardless of whether we search for Eldoret Cathedral or, Kimumu Cathedral or Kimumu Primary School or St. Catherine's Kimumu Primary School, the area which is shown on this map, in particular the Y junction and the grey shaded area, is that the same area on a smaller scale? Does that cover the same area as is depicted in tab 2 of the defence bundle? That's defence document 00340001.
It depicts the same area, whereas the tab 2 depicts a smaller portion of that area.
And the grey shaded area you see on your screen, well, let me ask this. The top of the grey shaded area that you see on your screen, the roughly upside down triangular shape, just to the left of the Y junction and above the letter A. Can you comment on whether or not that would correspond with the area depicted on tab 2 of the defense binder?
To me, they appear to be the same shape at the top of the gray area.
Right. Your Honours, I think the rest can be left for argument. Thank you. Then I would just like to turn to your annotated atlas, certain of the pictures that you were, or the grids you were shown by my learned friend relating to Kimumu. And if the chamber will bear with me. Your Honours, if I can just ask to give the floor back to CMS, I'm going to ask for certain tabs to be pulled up. And if I can ask the court officer, please pull up what is B12, and that is Ken OTP 00920985.
What tab again?
It is tab 10 of the prosecution binder at grid sheet B12. And while that's being done, Mr. Bromley, if you can get in front of you again, defense tab B2. The ERN of the particular page again is 0985 for the court officer. And if you can just zoom in to the extent, that's fine, yes. Is it correct that we are looking at the same area as, in fact, my learned friend pointed out?
Yes.
Now, I'd just like to get some clarity about the orientation of these two maps. You mentioned during cross-examination and indeed during evidence in chief that on your grid maps, true north is not directly up, but rather at an angle towards the left, as depicted by the north sign just below the A of Atlas. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if one were to orientate, and since we can't turn the computer screen, we will have to turn B2. If we were to orientate B2 to match the orientation of tab B2 to match the orientation of Atlas sheet B12, we would have to tip it down to the left, as it were, approximately 45 degrees, so that the stem of the Y formed by the yellow road runs top to bottom, roughly. Correct?
Correct.
Now, that road that we can see running top to bottom is the same road that disappears off the bottom of Atlas sheet B12 and presumably continues on Atlas sheet C12. Correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that that area, or that road, travels through the shaded area which my learned friends have identified as Kimumu on their version.
Yes.
Then one or two more questions on this point. If I can ask the court...
On C12, what is the mushroom-like structure we see in the middle? Do we know?
I was just going to ask the court officer to call up C12. That might be helpful. If we can please have C12 on the screen, it's 0092 1000. Can we just zoom in slightly, please? Mr. Bromley, I believe the President is referring to the round structure at the bottom of the image as it appears on the screen, at the bottom center. Do you recognize that structure?
As I pointed out, I think that's the Kimumu Cathedral.
And just for clarity's sake, if you could turn to tab 2 of the prosecution binder at ERN 0943. Does that represent the same structure, a closer image of the same structure?
I'm sorry, which tab?
Tab 2 of the prosecution binder.
Ah, yes.
The big one.
So yes, that's figure 10 in the tab 2 report.
Correct. You satisfied that then is Kimumu Cathedral?
Yes.
Very well. On C12 then, can you comment on the number of presence of definitely and possibly destroyed structures?
Mr. President, it looks like we are rehashing issues that have been dealt with during cross-examination. There is no controversy. We had counted the structures that were destroyed in C12. There was no dispute as to whether there were destroyed structures there or not. So I do not see the essence of this line of questioning.
If that's accepted, Your Honours, one last question on this issue. If we follow the road that is visible, sorry, if we go, well, let's ask if we can go back to the Atlas sheet and look at ERN 1015, that is sheet D12. Sorry, we're looking for D12. It's 1015.
And Mr. President, the same objection?
Which is?
That there is no dispute or disagreement that arose out of whether D12 is a continuation of the same road and is part of Kimumu. We, in fact, counted the amount of destroyed structures in that location, and it was agreed. There shouldn't be any difficulty with that.
I don't recall this particular Atlas sheet being referred to, but
it's page 33. If you look at line 12, you would see it.
But what's your question, Mr. Steinberg?
It was just to point out that this is the same road running down from the junction through Kamumu, and there are a number of structures that are destroyed there. I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Fowle is not disputing that.
That is the point the cross-examination actually elicited from the witness.
Just one technical issue. My learned friend on various occasions put questions to you about points and areas on the map, on your satellite images. The grid sections in which the various locations that were given to you by the prosecution fall, do those grid areas represent any specific area, or are they arbitrary subsections of a larger image?
Do you understand that question?
Yes. Again, the grid sections used in the atlas are completely arbitrary. They were developed after the atlas was, or after the analysis was done, and are primarily based on how to divide up such a large image into a reasonable number of pages.
And a point, a grid reference, a point that is given to you, does that have any area, a coordinate? Does that have any area, or is it a point in an area?
It's simply a point with no area. And in the instruction letter I received, it identified them as approximate points.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Steinberg. And witness, thank you very much. That brings us to the end of your stay with us. Thanks for your assistance in providing what information you have. At the end of the day, we will evaluate what the lawyers make of it. But thanks for coming, and safe travels back.
Thank you very much, sir.
Now, we will be adjourning for the day. Yeah, and tomorrow we will reconvene for a status conference. As you have, counsel received the communication to that effect, right? Okay. We will convene again tomorrow at the indicated time. Thank you. God will rise.
All rise, veuillez vous lever.